Phantom currently holds the lifetime head-to-head edge in their rivalry. He's also gone into this match as the clear favorite. It'll be interesting to see if he can capitalize on that historical advantage to secure an early lead. Catalyst has a solid 2-1 grip on this series. He's currently the top seed on our ladder. Phantom's really turning the tide here, wiping out that early deficit in a flash. Catalyst stays on top with a narrow 3-2 lead. It's a tough spot for the top-rated guy right now. A dead heat now with the score tied at 3-3. Both of these players have historically stayed incredibly close. Phantom is really starting to build some momentum here as he takes control of the map. A complete shutdown here, and he's now rolled to 3 straight wins. The world #1 is really starting to exert his dominance here. Catalyst answers back immediately to keep this game tight. It is a great look for someone fighting from behind in the rankings. We are completely locked in at 5 apiece. The number 4 seed is refusing to blink in this set. Phantom barely edges ahead to claim a 6-5 lead. His recent form has been looking sharp leading into this. We've got a 6-6 stalemate heading into the break. I mean, Catalyst entered this as the big favorite, but he's struggling to pull away. Let's see if that high map win rate for Phantom can push this into an upset. Fresh start for both players. Catalyst takes a 1-round cushion to lead 7-6. He's definitely putting that 24-12 record from today to work. Catalyst is really putting on a clinic right now, while Phantom is staring down his first real crisis of the match. I mean, it's a tough look for the world #1 when his opponent is this comfortable. He needs to find a way to break this momentum before he's completely buried. Unbelievable. Both players were practically empty, but he somehow claws out a victory by a hair. He's really making a case for himself today. Catalyst holds a slim 1-round advantage at 9-8. The top seed is starting to find some stability here. Goodness, both players were shredded in that exchange, but he walks away with a sliver of health remaining. Absolute nerves of steel to close that one out. Catalyst is just barely holding his ground at 10-9. The top seed is definitely finding his footing now. Catalyst is putting a lot of pressure on Phantom right now, really tightening the screws in these closing rounds. Looking at their history, the 4 seed typically keeps it tight. Neither player is willing to let the other pull away, and now we've got a total toss up on the board. Coming off a tough series of results against Vortex earlier today. The pace of this series is just blistering. Those last few rounds flew by. He's starting to look a lot like the 13-10 winner he was against Vortex. He's simply too strong right now, and he now stands just 1 round away from victory. A terrifying stretch of rounds to close out the set. Absolute perfection to close this out. He finishes the series in style to take the map. He really held his nerve in the final stretch. It was almost an even split, but that final push was too much. What a fight! Catalyst holds a significant long-term lead in their head-to-head history with 733 wins. It's impressive given how closely these two have been matched recently. We'll have to see if the higher-rated Vortex can overcome that historical gap today. Unreal. Catalyst survives by a hair on the box to keep this streak alive. He's just untouchable right now, putting on a show from the box. Vortex has been so sharp in his other matches today. Still high and dry on the box, Catalyst just can't be stopped right now. The number 2 seed is really feeling the pressure right now. A quick response from Vortex to get back on the board. Coming off a strong 28-7 run over the last 24 hours. Catalyst is currently sitting on a strong 64% overall win rate, which seems to be shielding him from the early pressure. And honestly, that mental stability is key when you're trying to maintain a lead this early in the game. The real test will be seeing if he can close this out before Vortex finds his footing. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 6 free cushion. Their momentum definitely feels a bit different than their match from 16 hours ago. He's just on fire right now, putting together a huge comeback with 3 straight rounds. A huge swing in power as he claws back toward the lead. He manages to shut down the momentum quickly as we head toward the break. A really fast reset to keep things tight. Catalyst takes the lead 8-4. The favorite is playing exactly how he needs to. He's got a comfortable cushion going into the switch and his confidence is showing. Time to see a comeback. Catalyst is towering over Vortex with a huge 9-4 lead. He's really playing like the favorite in this series. Catalyst is just relentlessly efficient, keeping his high ground and making this look easy. Absolute perfection. He just completely dismantled his opponent in under a second. He just won't let up, taking the 16th round to put himself one step away from victory. Vortex manages to find his mark, momentarily stalling the inevitable. A quick adjustment from the higher rated player. What a finish! Catalyst survives the chaos by a mere sliver of health to claim the series. Despite that great momentum he brought into the series today, Vortex just couldn't find any answers for that level of consistency. Phantom has an impressive head-to-head lead, having won over 60% of their total encounters. That historical weight gives him a huge mental advantage as he enters this match as the favorite. Now he just needs to keep his foot on the gas. Vortex is trailing by 1 and needs a big answer. That's the top 2 seeds really duking it out. Phantom starting to separate himself here, putting a lot of pressure on Vortex early in this set. The world number 1 looks completely locked in today. Vortex is hanging tough, but Phantom still holds the lead 3-2. Vortex is definitely putting that massive 27-8 run from today to use. Phantom surging ahead with a commanding 4-2 lead. He's proving why he's sitting at the top of the ladder right now. Vortex gets the better look from the boost to tie things up for a moment. Vortex is fighting back after that tough loss to Catalyst. Phantom has won 70% of his last 10 matches, and honestly, that consistency is why he manages to pull ahead whenever the games get tight. I wonder if Vortex can find any way to break this momentum. Phantom just keeps climbing, pushing the tally to 6-4. Phantom is just too quick on those high angles today, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. He's really playing as the favorite should right now. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everyone expected the favorite to pull away, but Phantom is refusing to blink. He's really capitalizing on his map experience to put his game on his terms. Phantom's just cruising along with an 8-5 cushion. It's a familiar story for this pair, echoing their last encounter on Italy P. A completely untouched exchange, and he's showing some real grit to close the gap. That keeps the game well within reach for the challenger. Phantom is pulling way ahead now, sitting at 9-6. He's definitely leaning into that number 1 ranking today. Phantom holds that ramp position perfectly, and now he's staring down a real chance to close this out. That second place ranking isn't doing him any favors right now. Vortex answers back immediately with that fierce ramp duel to keep himself in the game. It's a tighter gap than we've seen in most of their previous fights. The resilience is on full display for Vortex, picking up another round to close the gap. He's putting up a huge fight for that second place spot. Phantom just completely shut down that little rally with a lightning fast response. Another clean exchange for Phantom, and he's now just one step away from victory. A total shift in momentum from that earlier push. Unbelievable, that's it. Phantom puts on a clinic to wrap this whole thing up. Just a complete display of dominance from the top seed today. He really knew exactly how to handle this rivalry. Catalyst starts things off strong, utilizing that ramp for a clean opening lead. Phantom holds the overall lead with 605 wins in their head-to-head history. It's interesting to see that dominance not translating to this specific map. He's the higher rated player today, but Catalyst really seems to have the tactical advantage here. He's completely taken over this side, making it 4 straight to open the match. The top seed is really struggling to find any answers right now. Another one! He shuts down Phantom right off the ramp to keep this runaway train moving. It is almost a total reversal from that last match between them. Finally, a response from Phantom, who managed to knock him off the ramp. He is certainly the top-rated player in this field. He's just too comfortable on that ramp, keeping the pressure high and the score gaps wide. That previous 13-11 victory for Phantom is feeling like a distant memory. Catalyst has stayed incredibly consistent today with a 24-12 record over his last few matches. It's impressive because it shows he can sustain this high level of play even against the world's best. The real test is seeing if he can close this out before Phantom finds his gear. Catalyst just shuts that door tight, taking another fast one from the ramp to keep his lead comfortable. It's been a tough outing for the underdog so far. Catalyst is just cruising with a commanding 8-3 lead. He's looking very composed for a player sitting at rank 4. Catalyst takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly what we predicted for this map. He is simply owning every exchange and putting the number 1 seed in a deep hole. Time for a fresh start. Phantom managed to secure that one from the Tetris, keeping things interesting as we move deeper into the set. He really needs a few more points like that to flip the script. Catalyst is just dominating with a massive 10-4 lead. His 24-12 run today is keeping him locked in. Phantom barely keeps pace while Catalyst holds a 10-5 lead. He looks like he's finally finding his focus after a shaky start. He's putting up a real fight now. The gap is closing and the momentum has completely shifted. It's a familiar look for him after that last meeting. Catalyst is just too quick, instantly punishing Phantom for trying to hide up on the Tetris. Catalyst is back in control, finding another effortless shot from the ramp to put himself on match point. He puts up a strong fight from the ramp to stave off defeat for now. He's fighting to prove that seed placement was accurate. A clinical response here, keeping the hopes alive for the higher seed. The pressure is definitely mounting for the favorite to close this out. What a performance! Catalyst secures the victory by picking him off the ramp to close the series. He simply played his best game of the day right here, handing the number 1 seed a tough loss on this map. Vortex has been absolutely lethal today with a 26-9 record over the last day. And honestly, he's looking a lot more confident than he did in the series he just lost against Phantom. It will be interesting to see if he can sustain this focus against a player who usually owns this matchup. Catalyst is just too quick right now, punishing Vortex for trying to hold the ramp. Catalyst has traditionally been the one to control this series. We've got a deadlock with it all to play for. He really is playing for the underdog role in this pair. Catalyst holds a slim lead, putting the pressure on Vortex. Catalyst isn't letting him settle in today, quickly shutting him down even with the height advantage. Catalyst is just one step ahead at 4-3. He's looking for some redemption after that 13-5 defeat in their last meeting. Both players decided to fight for the same high ground this time, and Vortex came out on top. It's a complete toss-up now, regardless of the ladder rankings. What a scrap! He survives that frantic exchange to take a commanding 3-round lead. The second highest rated player in the league is really asserting himself. Catalyst edges out a tough fight to bring things completely level. Catalyst is really finding his stride here, utilizing that wall position to pull further away. We're all tied up at 6-6 going into the break. Honestly, Vortex is proving he can go toe-to-toe with Catalyst despite those historical head-to-head numbers. Let's see if he can hold that momentum on the switch. Back to the action now. Vortex is taking over here, using that wine box to snag another round. He's proving to be a dangerous opponent, despite the historical deficit. Catalyst reads that high position perfectly and shuts him down right away. That's exactly the kind of endurance we've seen from him all day. Both of them went for the high ground here, but Vortex was just a split second faster. The number 2 seed is definitely leaning into his advantage here. Vortex keeps the pressure high, dragging Catalyst right off that box to push his lead to 2. Catalyst had been feeling great after that dominant win earlier today. That was lightning fast. Catalyst just locked down the ramp and erased that lead in an instant. Catalyst just took control of the momentum, shaking him right off that wine box to move ahead again. It's a total toss-up based on their individual rating gap. Vortex claws back the lead, now sitting at 10-9. It's a tough look for him after those recent outings. Vortex is really putting on a show right now, quickly turning the tide of this match. The speed of these exchanges is unbelievable. Catalyst is refusing to let this match slip away. Catalyst is really turning this into a back and forth battle as we head toward the finish line. The matchup history strongly favors the defender in this spot. He's on fire now, securing another clean win on the box to reach match point. A total shutdown of the momentum shift. Incredible! Vortex digs deep to clear him off the ramp, forcing this whole thing into overtime. What a way to drag this back into an extra block. Catalyst shows no mercy, clearing Vortex right off that box to tighten his grip on the lead. A huge mental test for the second-ranked player here. Catalyst is staring down the finish line here and just refuses to give an inch. He's looking quite steady after that 13-8 victory against Phantom. Vortex is making it an absolute grind, holding that window to keep the series tied up. He is really fighting to make up for that 5-13 loss they had. A slow burn encounter that ends with him firmly in control from that ramp. Just a razor-thin margin separating the two of them. Vortex manages to pick him right off that ramp to keep the fight alive. The composure is unreal in these final moments. What a finish! Catalyst closes the door right now to secure the series. He really had to fight for every single point in that overtime stretch. Vortex almost pulled off the impossible. What a fight! Phantom holds a substantial lead in their long-term head-to-head history, winning about 61% of their meetings. It's an edge that usually translates well into a confidence boost. We'll see if that dominance holds up as the set progresses. Phantom is just cruising right now with a 2-0 lead. He looks every bit the world #1 right now. That is an absolute whitewash. He's just completely shut out his opponent so far. Vortex digs in and claims this one, showing some real grit to get back into this. He's proving he can compete with the higher ranked player. Phantom still has a firm grip on this series. A brutal stretch for Vortex, considering he's coming off a 25-10 run today. Vortex survives a close encounter here to chip away at that deficit. What a fight! He managed to scrape through that exchange with his life, keeping the momentum swinging. Pure guts to pull that off with such a thin health pool. Unbelievable. He's completely flipped the script to even the score at 4-4. The underdog is completely refusing to blink right now. Phantom answers back immediately to reclaim the lead. That top-seeded confidence is starting to leak back in. Phantom is putting on a clinic with that 63% all-time win rate. It shows why he's sitting at the top of our ladder. He just needs to stay composed to keep this lead firmly in his hands. He is on a tear now, putting a huge gap between himself and his opponent. The two best players in the league are really clashing here. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. You know, the favorites were expecting Vortex to take this, but he's clearly struggling to keep up with the world #1 today. Vortex needs a spark here. Phantom's pulling away again, extending the gap to 8-5. It is essentially a clash of the two highest rated titans on the ladder. Phantom's now sitting pretty with a 9-5 cushion. It's becoming a real uphill climb for the #2 seed. Vortex is refusing to let the game slip away, keeping things competitive with some very quick reactions. That was a sharp trade into a quick end. Another one for him, and he's looking dangerous as he keeps this push alive. That's a huge swing in tempo for the second seed. He's completely in control now, extending this surge to 3 straight wins. The tide is turning in favor of the second seed. Unbelievable! He's completely erased that deficit to bring us all the way back to a deadlock. Absolutely wild to see a lead that huge just vanish into thin air. He's just untouchable right now, making it 5 straight to take the lead. A complete reversal of fortune compared to how they started. Absolutely lethal. He's simply not letting up, securing his 6th straight win to keep the pressure on. A complete collapse in confidence for the favorite. A monstrous performance to move into the lead. He's just 1 round away from victory. What an incredible run! He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Coming from behind like that against the best in the world is just legendary. He truly played the game of his life today. What a performance! Phantom enters this as the clear favorite, but his A64% map win rate hasn't been enough to stop the slide lately. It's concerning to see the #1 player in our rating currently on a loss streak. We'll have to see if he can adjust before things get out of hand. Catalyst is really building some momentum with that 2-1 lead. The former #1 is starting to look like his usual self. Things are heating up quickly. After such a slow start, the pace of these exchanges has just accelerated. He's on fire now, taking complete control with that 3rd straight round. Unreal, he just barely scraped through that one, making it 4 straight. An interesting turn of events after the result in their last meeting. Catalyst answers back immediately to keep this close. We're completely deadlocked now with both at 4. The #3 seed is playing with a massive amount of confidence right now. He is simply taking over the server right now, claiming a 3rd consecutive victory. Phantom catches him on the box to finally even things up. It's a massive mental shift for the #1 seed. Phantom edges ahead to take a narrow lead. He's really trying to shake off those 2 recent losses. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. Honestly, I'm surprised how close this is given Catalyst's recent hot streak. It'll be interesting to see who manages their nerves better in the second half. Fresh start for both players. He really loves playing from that height, and it's paying off for him right now. The momentum from their last meeting is definitely carrying over. Phantom secures that one from the high ground, showing he's not about to let Catalyst pull away. He's fighting hard to forget that recent head-to-head loss. Phantom is holding a slender 1-round cushion now. That is a massive shift from how Catalyst has performed today. A complete shutdown here. He's just totally outclassed his opponent in this series of exchanges. He's just untouchable right now, shutting the door with another lightning-fast flick. Absolutely effortless. He's now walking away with 5 straight victories. Catalyst manages to answer right back, putting a small dent in that lead. It's a tough stretch for him today after those 2 earlier losses. What a sharp response! He's now just a single round away from closing the series. His raw skill on the ladder is clearly starting to show. That was an absolute slugfest, but Catalyst manages to outlast him in the exchange. The pressure is mounting on the league's highest rated star. What a closing statement. Phantom shuts the door with a perfect final burst to secure the series. He really needed this victory to get his confidence back and stop that downward spiral we've been seeing. Vortex enters this one as the second highest rated player in our league, and honestly that elite status seems to be paying off right now. He has a lot of ground to make up against a rival who historically owns this matchup, so seeing him start fast is a huge confidence booster. A total shutout so far, as he simply refuses to let up. He is just completely in control, extending his perfect start to 4 straight. Quite a shift from their last meeting, where Catalyst took it 16-14. An absolutely brutal run, as he manages to keep the clean slate intact. His number 2 ranking is definitely showing in this set. Catalyst finally gets on the board and puts a stop to that run. He certainly got the historical edge in these meetings. Vortex is sitting on a 25-10 record over the last day, and honestly, that hot streak is translating directly into this series. He is simply outplaying the favorite right now. The question is if Catalyst can actually find a way to claw back into the... What a scramble! He nearly loses that one, clinging to a tiny shred of health to secure the point. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-3. It's looking much more like a contest now. A huge shift in energy as Catalyst secures another point, moving deeper into this heat. He's really starting to close that gap. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a huge shock, given how much Catalyst usually wins this pairing. We're looking at a real chance for an upset if the momentum stays with the underdog. Let's see who blinks first. He's refusing to fold and keeps this rally going to cut the lead down to 1. That was an incredibly quick exchange to seal the deal. And he just keeps pushing, erasing the entire deficit to bring this game dead even. He's simply unstoppable right now, cruising into a 1-round advantage. The momentum has completely flipped in his favor. Vortex answers back quickly to bring the series back to a draw. A wild turn of events for a pair that usually battles this closely. He's showing real grit, claiming the lead as he continues this climb back into the series. The odds-on favorite is finally starting to look comfortable. A tight battle here, but he manages to survive the damage and secure another point. He's playing like the top-seeded player in this duel. Catalyst barely holds his lead, putting him up 10-9. The gap between these two on the ladder is incredibly thin. Catalyst just clears him off the wine with an effortless finish. He's really capitalizing on the higher seed today. Just one more round needed for Catalyst, who looks absolutely locked in right now. The consistency is purely terrifying for the opponent right now. He's showing impressive resolve here, refusing to go down easy. A quick response to keep things interesting here. And that's it! What an incredible recovery to close out the map. The mental fortitude to just shut the door on that comeback attempt was something else. He really had to fight for it today. What a match! What a scramble! Phantom barely escapes with his life to take the opening round. Phantom is looking sharp today, using that Tetris platform to shut the door on Vortex. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure after that tough set against Catalyst. Phantom really enjoys the historical advantage, winning 61% of their past encounters, and honestly, it's interesting to see him fighting back after that recent loss to Vortex. The top seed can't afford to let this slip given the rankings gap between them. Vortex is just buried under that 4-1 lead. He's playing exactly like the top seed on the ladder should. He just can't be stopped right now, continuing a fierce run of momentum. He's firmly asserted himself as the world #1. Unreal! Vortex somehow walks away from that chaotic brawl, taking Phantom right off the box. Phantom still firmly in control at 6-2. The world #1 is proving far too consistent for his rival. That was a high-stakes straight of ground. Vortex holds his own while fighting from the boost. His recent run of 25 wins today is starting to show. Phantom has been keeping a very tight grip on the match, but his overall form today is a bit more volatile since he's only gone 3-2 in his last few games. That makes this lead feel a lot more precarious. Let's see if Vortex can actually capitalize on that lack of consistency. Phantom heads into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, he is completely defying the odds right now. The underdog is really making a statement early in this series. Time for a total reset. Absolute madness. He barely survives that slugfest with a sliver of health remaining. His run today is seriously impressive with that 25-10 record. Vortex is showing real grit now, securing another round with a perfectly timed shot. The gap in the ratings isn't bothering him at all right now. Phantom keeps his distance with a commanding 9-6 lead. Neither one of these guys is giving an inch today. Phantom's 10-6 cushion gives him plenty of breathing room. That's a total reversal from their most recent meeting. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking total control of the series. Vortex manages to clean up this engagement to keep his hopes alive. He is definitely playing the role of the spoiler here. Vortex is starting to chip away at that cushion, putting together a really strong sequence of plays here. Phantom finds his mark from the Tetris to move a single point away from victory. He's just too strong for anyone outside the top 5. Game over. Phantom shuts the door on the series to claim a decisive victory. Vortex really threw everything at him, but the experience gap just showed. Phantom proves why he's sitting at the top of the world rankings. Phantom holds a 606 573 edge in their overall head-to-head history. It's a narrow lead, but Catalyst has actually won 4 of the last 5 encounters. It'll be interesting to see if the number 1 player can reclaim that dominance today. Catalyst outmaneuvered him from the ramp to secure another round, quickly snowballing to a 3-0 lead. The third seed is putting on a clinic right now. What a scramble! He barely clung to that round, but it's a huge response to get back on the board. The top seed is finally starting to shake off those early jitters. Both players were fighting for the same real estate on that ramp, but Catalyst came out on top. The number 3 player looks completely comfortable right now. A total shutout here, and he's showing plenty of grit to keep closing the gap. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. Catalyst is really putting his map expertise on display here, especially with a 75% win rate on this particular layout. You know, it's a stark contrast to his recent struggles against the top seed. If he can maintain this control, he might actually be able to pull off the upset. A totally effortless exchange here as the momentum swings back to Catalyst. A tough look for the favorite right now. Phantom manages to pick him off the ramp, slowing the momentum slightly. The top seed is definitely fighting to keep his head in this. Catalyst is just running away with this, leading 8-3. Catalyst takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as the odds makers predicted. He's just far too strong on red line, and the top seed looks lost right now. Time for a complete reset. Catalyst is simply dominating, pushing a huge 10-3 lead. He's certainly making the most of his hot start today. Unbelievable, he almost went down, but just managed to clear him off that ramp. He's really struggling to replicate the form we saw against him on Dunes. Catalyst just completely outplayed him from the Tetris to stay in total control here. The number 1 seed is really feeling the pressure now. It's a complete toss-up every time they engage now, as neither side can actually string together a run. The overall league leader is trying to find a way back into this. Another clean takedown, and we've arrived at match point for the challenger. A complete reversal of what we expected coming into this duel. He denies the match point by snatching that round off the ramp. He's finally showing a bit of that top tier composure. Game over. Catalyst secures the final blow and shuts the door on the top seed. Just a complete statement win from him. It's wild to see the world number 1 look that outclassed tonight. Catalyst typically dominates their head-to-head encounters with a 60% win rate. You know, he really knows how to handle this opponent. It will be interesting to see if that historical control translates today, since he's already coming off a win against Vortex in their most recent meeting. Catalyst is refusing to let Vortex build any real momentum here, cleaning him up while he was holding the ramp. The world number 3 is showing some grit here. Vortex is just running away with this 3-1 lead. Vortex is just peeling away from him, and he's definitely enjoying the height advantage from that ramp. The higher seed is really putting the pressure on here. And another one! He just completely shut him down from that elevated angle. He's looking to bounce back from that rough loss to Phantom. He secures the kill from the wine box, and he's just completely in control right now. The top 2 seeds are truly battling it out here. Absolutely effortless, and that's 5 straight for the home favorite. Everything is going sideways for the favorite right now. Catalyst finally finds his mark to get back on the board. He's certainly showing that early match confidence today. Vortex is really making a statement here, putting on a show from the wine box. It's a total reversal from their previous set on Italy. Catalyst is starting to trade blows with him now, taking the fight right to the window. He's certainly fighting back to bridge that rating gap. Vortex heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead, and honestly, this is the opposite of how we expected this to go. He's just outclassed Catalyst in every duel so far today. Let's see if Catalyst can reset. Vortex has been comfortably hitting his mark today with 24 wins in the last day. It's an impressive run of form that's completely erasing the historical advantage Catalyst usually holds. He's clearly in a different gear right now. He puts on a show from the toolbox, and now he's just a single round away from victory. The underdog is really feeling the heat right now. A huge stop right here as Catalyst manages to knock him off that ramp. That was a remarkably quick response. Absolutely sensational. Vortex finishes him off from the wine box to close out the series. Just a complete demolition on this map. It's a huge result, finally breaking that long losing streak against this opponent. Phantom starts strong by catching Vortex right as he was moving up the ramp. Phantom enters this game with a strong historical edge, winning 61% of their past meetings. I mean that deep history tends to weigh on the opponent early on. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can flip the script this time. Vortex manages to shake things up, taking a very disciplined position on the ramp to keep this close. He's certainly proving to be a tough matchup for the world number 1. We're completely deadlocked at 2 apiece. It is a huge shift from that 13-8 result they just had. Absolute chaos there. Vortex claws his way back from the brink to secure a 3rd straight. Vortex is definitely capitalizing on his hot start from the 13-4 match earlier. Phantom answers right back, quickly, evening things up. Vortex looks dangerous after the dominant outing against Catalyst. Phantom holds a slim lead at 4-3. Vortex has been an absolute machine throughout the day. Phantom catches him right off the ramp to complete a 3-round run. The number 2 seed is really feeling the pressure here. Vortex claims the round by keeping the high ground on that ramp. A great showing from the 2nd ranked player so far. Phantom's map win rate sits at the high 69%, which usually means he knows exactly how to manipulate these angles. It's starting to look like a familiar story for both of them. We just need to see if Vortex can find a way to break that hold. Phantom leads 7-5. Well, he's fighting back from his underdog status to keep this close. He's definitely playing like the top seed right now, but Vortex still has a path to victory. Time for a clean slate. Phantom is really pulling away now with an 8-5 lead. He's taking full advantage of that home turf on this map. Vortex reacts instantly to secure another one, showing some real grit here. Phantom has a comfortable 3-round cushion at 9-6. That dominant efficiency is exactly what you expect from a top-seeded player. Vortex keeps the pressure high, refusing to let the deficit get any worse. The 2nd seed is refusing to buckle under this pressure. Phantom's firmly in control now, extending the lead to 10-7. He's digging in deep, refusing to let the lead slip further away. That level of composure makes him a scary opponent regardless of ranking. Phantom is really starting to separate himself here, putting some serious distance between himself and his opponent. It's been a long road for the number 2 ranked player today. Vortex is staying tenacious, shutting down that run and cutting the gap to 2. He's fighting hard to overturn the pre-match expectations. That was a tense standoff, but he outduels his opponent to put himself in a position to close this out. A quick reset for him to get back in the driver's seat. What a way to close it out. Phantom shuts the door and takes the series. He really proved why he's sitting at the top of the rankings today. Vortex put up a fight, but he just couldn't close the gap. Unbelievable! Phantom claws out a victory in a brutal exchange, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Phantom has historically held the edge here, controlling a 606 to 574 lead in their head-to-head history. He's showing a lot of confidence early on today. I'm curious to see if he can maintain this pace and secure the lead. A fast reaction from Catalyst keeps him in this, answering back instantly. Catalyst secures the kill from the box, narrowing the gap to a single round. The favorite is starting to feel the heat here. He's completely erased that early deficit, and now everything is level. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this one. What a fight! Phantom barely survives that slugfest to reclaim a narrow lead. The top seed is finally starting to assert himself. A clean shot from Catalyst levels the playing field, proving he's not folding under pressure. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Catalyst scrapes through and takes the lead. His focus looks absolutely sharp right now. He just drops him off the box, and the surge continues for the trailing player. He's completely taken over this game, claiming another victory from that box to head into the break. A crashing way to close out the first half. We head into the break with Catalyst up 7-5. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite right now. He really leaned on that 4-round streak to put himself in a strong position. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Phantom shows real grit here, digging in to secure a crucial win and stem the tide. He's really tightening up his game as we enter the second half. Absolute precision from Phantom, evening the score at 7-7 with a total shutdown. He's just not missing. It's another high impact win, putting the pressure squarely back on his opponent. The favorite has finally found his footing. Both players fought for the height, but Catalyst wins the battle from the box to bring the score level. A huge high ground battle that ended in the narrowest of margins. A completely effortless exchange that puts him back in control with a 9-8 lead. That was a frighteningly quick reaction time. He's really finding his second wind, pushing his advantage to a 2-round cushion. He's completely shifted the momentum now, taking the win from the box to push this streak to 3. His confidence is speaking exactly when he needs it most. Catalyst manages to tear him off the box, showing a lot of heart in this chase. The underdog is showing he can trade blows with the best. What a surge! Phantom just puts himself on the verge of victory. He's looking every bit the favorite in this closing stretch. What a finale! He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. Catalyst really put up a fight with that long run in the first half, but the top seed just had too much for him today. Vortex came out strong here, catching Catalyst right as he was stepping up the ramp. Vortex really dominated their most recent meeting with a crushing 13-4 win. It's a stark contrast to Catalyst's long-term control over the head-to-head. We have to see if the favorite can actually find some answers here. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving a huge step closer to a perfect first half. The favorite is really struggling to find an answer. He finally pushes back, denying the chance for another clean sweep. He's definitely the higher percentage player over their full history. Vortex looks untouchable with a commanding 5-1 lead. A huge shift for the guy sitting at number 4 on the ladder. Vortex just can't be stopped, pushing his lead to 6-1. A rough start for the usual favorite in this pairing. Vortex is simply on a tear, taking total control of this match. A huge contrast to the usual historical results here. Catalyst gets a quick look at the scoreboard and finds his footing. He's certainly the more experienced competitor over a long sample size. Vortex has really turned the tide on this one, coming in with a strong 23-12 record over the last day. It's a sharp contrast to the way Catalyst normally dictates these games. He's making a huge statement by erasing that historical deficit. Vortex takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. Well, the higher seed is completely off his game. It's a shocking start for a guy who usually owns this rivalry. Time to dig deep for Catalyst. Vortex is just steamrolling through a 10-3 lead. It's an incredibly tight gap between these two on the ladder. What a scramble! Catalyst somehow scrapes through that chaotic exchange with a sliver of health remaining. A huge amount of pressure on that number 2 rated player. He is just too fast today, simply getting to the headshot before Catalyst can even react. Catalyst needs to chain a few more of these together if he wants to keep his hopes alive here. Still fighting a steep uphill battle despite that pick. A little bit of momentum shift here, but the climb back is still a long one for Catalyst. He's definitely showing some of that career-long dominance over his opponent. Vortex shuts down that brief rally and puts himself one step away from victory. And there it is. Vortex finishes it off to secure the victory. He's really making a point of this rivalry today, just completely erasing that long history of struggle against his opponent. Phantom enters this match with a strong 63% overall win rate, and that experience shows in how he handles this specific matchup. He's historically crushed this pairing, and honestly it feels like he knows exactly how to outplay Vortex right now. Vortex keeps his cool and holds that ramp high ground to get back in the game. A great start for the second highest rated player on the ladder. Vortex is really taking control here, managing to pick Phantom right off the ramp for a second straight win. Vortex is having a monster day with that 24-11 record. Phantom holds a slim lead, extending his edge to 3-2. And just like that, Vortex levels the series at 3-3. We're seeing a total deadlock between the league's two best players. Phantom reads him perfectly, forcing Vortex right off that ramp to regain a narrow advantage. He's currently holding the top spot on the ladder. We're completely tied up at 4-all. He's definitely fighting against the tide of that head-to-head history. Phantom pulls ahead by a single round. Absolutely electric reaction time from that #1 seed. Phantom is currently enjoying a 6-3 record today, and he is really starting to capitalize on his confidence. That momentum is making this look like a repeat of their previous encounter, where he also walked away with the win. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can break this cycle. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the pre-match predictions really underestimated him today. He's playing with a lot of poise, and that 58% map win rate is starting to make a huge difference. Time to see if Vortex responds. Phantom is just outdueling him right now, securing that ramp position to widen the gap. The #1 player in the world is really settling in now. Phantom is just dominating, now leading at 9-5. He seems to be playing the role of favorite perfectly today. Vortex is fighting back, utilizing that ramp position to keep himself within striking distance. He's certainly proving why he's the only player currently rated above the top seed. What a fight! He barely clings to life there, securing a narrow edge in a chaotic exchange. He's really putting on a clinic for the top 2 in the world. Phantom is just putting on a show here, utilizing the ramp to push his lead to 5 rounds. He's definitely in a better flow than his recent clash with Cattle. Absolutely crushing it. He's now just a single round away from victory. The gap in their current form is glaringly obvious. Unbelievable. He barely survives the scrap to close this out and secure the victory. Just a complete shutdown here, and he's firmly established himself as the one to beat today. Phantom holds the overall advantage in their head-to-head history. It's definitely a strong start for Catalyst though, especially considering he's fighting back from a rough patch today. He'll need to keep this energy to hold off the top-rated player. Catalyst has just snatched a commanding 2-1 lead. He's proving to be a very tough puzzle to solve today. We've got a real deadlock on our hands. Both of these guys are trading blows and refusing to give an inch. He is certainly playing his part as the top seed here. Catalyst edges ahead, taking a slim 3-2 lead. He is capitalizing on his huge 22-14 run today. Phantom levels the playing field. We're all tied up. It's a completely fresh start for both as we head into the middle of the set. Phantom is putting an immense amount of pressure on him right now, taking over this match in a flash. Catalyst manages to find him on the wine and levels things out perfectly. Catalyst barely maintains his lead at 5-4. He's shaking off that recent cold streak in a big way. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange, putting his grip on the game with another straight win. He's really defying those pre-match expectations right now. A total shutout in that exchange as he quickly narrows the gap. We're all squared up at 6-6. Well, it's a surprising start for the favorite, as Catalyst is fighting an uphill battle against the #1 seed. We'll see if the momentum shifts after the side swap. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst takes the lead, pushing it to 7-6. He's fighting hard to flip their long-term head-to-head history. And just like that, Phantom forces a 7-7 deadlock. Phantom is really leaning into his current momentum, taking control from the wine barrels. This is the kind of form he's shown in his last 3 matches. Absolute chaos now. Phantom has forced an 8-all stalemate. He's certainly holding his own against the league leader right now. Phantom pulls ahead, grabbing a slim 1-round cushion. Phantom is comfortably in the driver's seat here, knowing he's a 70% winner over his last 10 games. It feels like his consistency is finally starting to overwhelm Catalyst in the latter half of this set. Catalyst is really heating up now, showing great awareness by securing that win from the wine. The 4th ranked player is refusing to be intimidated here. He's on fire right now, coming out on top of that slugfest to take an 11-10 lead. A huge mental shift for the 4th seed right now. He's absolutely rampant right now, cruising to a 12-10 lead and putting himself just 1 step away from victory. What a response! He shuts that down instantly to keep his hopes alive. That was a quick reset to keep things interesting. And there it is. Catalyst secures the final kill and closes out the series right now. He really stepped up his game and managed to edge out the world #1 in a total nail-biter. What a fight! Vortex secures the early lead after taking that fight from the ramp. Catalyst holds a significant advantage in their overall history together, and honestly, it makes this early struggle even more surprising. He usually finds a way to outplay this opponent. It'll be interesting to see if he can flip the script. A complete shutdown so far. He's just refusing to let his opponent breathe. Things look very different than the favorite's usual dominance. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just completely taking over this game. He just keeps pushing the pace, making it a perfect 6-round start. It's a huge shift from their typical history together. Finally, a round in his favor to get back on the board. He's fighting through a tough stretch despite his historical edge. Vortex is really leaning into his recent momentum with a strong 23-12 record over the last day. It's a massive shift in confidence considering how often the tables usually turn in this rivalry. If he keeps up this pace, we could be looking at a total blowout. Vortex is just relentlessly cruising with a huge 8-2 lead. He's desperate to reclaim his spot as the favored player here. Catalyst is starting to put some pressure back on him, making this a lot tighter than it was just a few moments ago. He's showing why he's sitting so high in our rating. Vortex takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he is completely defying the odds right now. Catalyst just can't find an answer for the way Vortex is playing today. Vortex is just strolling now, stretching it to 10-3. Hard to believe the second-ranked player is this far ahead. He is just completely shutting the door on any chance for a comeback right now. Catalyst just needed to get his eyes open and snap that streak. He's starting to show a glimmer of life. A very tight pairing on the ladder right now. Another clean kill for Catalyst, who looks much more comfortable now that he's holding those high angles. A huge tally lead in the long run though, he's still chasing here. Vortex answers right back, putting himself on the verge of victory. He's making this look effortless against a high-tier rival. Unbelievable, Vortex finishes him off to seal the series victory. He's really turning the tide in this rivalry, putting on a clinic against one of his toughest opponents. Wow, a desperate scramble that barely goes Vortex's way after both players took huge damage. Phantom is effectively the gold standard of this league, and it is really showing in how decisively he handled their last head-to-head. That particular result puts a lot of pressure on Vortex to prove he can stay competitive here. Phantom keeps the lead as we enter round 4. He looks every bit the league leader right now. He's completely taking over from the Tetris, securing a 3rd straight victory. He's making a habit of winning this specific pair up. A quick response from the underdog to keep this close. He's playing some great stuff today with a 24-11 record. Things are deadlocked as Vortex forces a 3-all tie. The A-list player is finally feeling the heat. Phantom pulls back ahead, moving to a 4-3 lead. It's a clash of the two absolute best on the board. Unreal. He barely walks away from that exchange, surviving by a hair to take another round. The top seed is firmly in control of the pace here. Another clean exchange from the Tetris, moving his lead to 6-3. His recent history against this opponent is starting to look very familiar. Absolute control from the favorite, extending the run to 4 straight. The top-seeded player is simply not allowing any room for error. A complete shutdown as he pushes the lead to 8-3 before we hit the break. Phantom takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, the pre-match predictions had this going the other way. We're looking at a serious potential upset if Vortex can't stop the bleeding right now. Time to see if Vortex resets. A real mirror match there, but Vortex is the one who came away with the win. He's proving that he can trade blows with the best player in the league. He's refusing to quit, shutting down any attempt at a run with another flawless win. That was lightning fast, barely any time for him to react. Phantom manages to push the advantage again, catching Vortex right as he tried to hold that ramp. His overall head-to-head dominance is really starting to surface. Vortex holds the high ground on the boost to carve out another victory. He's really digging in his heels now. This is a huge mental shift for the challenger. Phantom holds a significant lifetime edge with over 2,400 total wins in this head-to-head series. You can see that confidence translating into this particular match as he builds a steady buffer. It is going to take a very precise sequence from Vortex to claw back into this. He shuts the door on any hope of a comeback, bringing the score to 12-7. The gap in their overall experience is feeling wider by the minute. Vortex secures a very clean kill here to delay the inevitable. That puts a momentary stop to the momentum. And that is it. Phantom finishes the job and secures the victory. He just looks too comfortable on this map. Another win for the top seed to cap off a dominant run. Phantom makes a strong start by catching Catalyst right off that wine box. Phantom enters this duel holding a lifelong lead of 607 wins over Catalyst. But if you look at their last few meetings, the momentum has shifted completely. The #1 ranked player is fighting for his pride here. I wonder if he can turn the tide. Phantom is really dominating this set, leading 3-1. He's playing incredibly clean after that win over Vortex. Another quick victory for him, and that's 3 straight to put him in total control. He is really putting that rank 1 status on display. Catalyst denies the ramp with a quick burst, showing some real grit to stop that runaway train. The underdog finally finds some breathing room. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now, taking a quick fight to clear Catalyst off the ramp. Phantom is really asserting himself here with a 67% win rate on this map. I mean, it's a stark difference compared to how Catalyst has struggled in this specific environment. It'll be interesting to see if the higher rated player can actually close this out quickly. A fierce scramble from the ramp, but he outlasts his opponent to keep this momentum going. It's a nightmarish contrast to how he looked in their last outing. Catalyst picks him off the wine box to steady the ship before the change. This puts him right back in that top 5 conversation. Phantom heads into the break with a big 8-4 lead. Honestly, he's making a joke of the pre-match predictions. Catalyst is looking completely off his game while the underdog just keeps rolling through these rounds. Time to see if Catalyst wakes up. Catalyst pulls one back, now trailing by 3. He's looking a lot sharper than he did against Vortex. He refuses to go away, walking away with another flawless exchange. The pressure is really mounting on the league's top seed now. He is on fire now, taking a 3rd straight to bring this game within reach. We are seeing a total reversal of the early script. He halts the momentum of his opponent with a sharp reaction, moving the score to 9-7. Phantom finds the angle from the toolbox to keep his lead moving upward. The top seed is quickly regaining his footing. He's completely shut down that comeback attempt and looks dangerous again. A big contrast from their most recent meeting on Italy P. What a fight! He secures the 4th straight victory to put himself 1 round away from the win. Absolutely zero mercy from the favorite tonight. A huge read by Catalyst, outplaying his opponent in a battle for control of the ramp. Catalyst secures the win from the wine box, keeping the dream alive for now. He's showing why he's firmly planted in the top 10. What a response! He wipes the ramp from the planks to keep this surge rolling. The momentum has completely shifted since the second half began. Unbelievable, he keeps this charge going from the wine box, refusing to let the set end here. Hard to believe how fast the momentum has flipped in his favor. What a sequence. He secures the window and forces a tie, taking this match into overtime. Absolute chaos to see a 12-12 deadlock in the final stretch. Just a complete shutdown here, and the streak pushes him to a narrow lead in this extra set. He's completely flipped the script on the pre-match predictions. Unbelievable! He barely scrapes through that exchange, clutching a 7th straight to take a commanding lead. He is playing with absolute confidence in this overtime push. A huge stand by Phantom to break that terrifying momentum and narrow the gap. Phantom just cleans him off that wine box to tie things up in this marathon session. The top-seeded player has officially clawed his way back into this. He keeps the momentum surging with another clean hit from the ramp to hit match point. Total lockdown from the top seed in these final moments. He seals the deal with a huge finish from the window to claim the map. He just wouldn't buckle under that insane pressure from the opponent. Talk about a mental battle in overtime. What a fight! Catalyst usually holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history, and honestly, it's a bit surprising to see him start on the back foot here. It will be interesting to see if the momentum from their last meeting carries over for Vortex today. Vortex is really putting on a show early, just snapping to a target that was tucked away on that box. We've got a deadlock at 2-all between these two. His higher ranking usually translates to more consistency in this series. Catalyst barely edges ahead, holding a slim 3-2 lead. The score is completely deadlocked now. These two are fighting for every single inch of ground. Vortex is playing like the higher rated seed right now. Catalyst holds a thin lead, moving ahead 4-3. He's typically the more consistent choice in this head-to-head. Catalyst has a lifetime win rate of 64%, which reflects the overall level of stability he brings to these long sets. You know, it's becoming apparent that the early friction in the match is fading as he starts to pull away. Pure chaos as Vortex levels things up at 5 apiece. He's putting his status as the second highest rated player on the ladder on full display. Catalyst is fighting back hard to keep this match from slipping away. A very tight series considering his overall dominance in their head-to-head. We've got a 6-6 stalemate heading into the break. Well, Catalyst was expected to run away with this one, but he's struggling to establish any real control. Vortex is proving he can handle the pressure today. Vortex claws his way ahead, taking a 1-round lead. Both of these competitors have had a fairly grueling day so far. Vortex just had a wild mirror match, with both of them fighting for that top spot, but he comes out on top. Quite a flip from the usual dynamic we see here. The momentum has completely shifted, and that's 3 straight for the leader. He's making the most of the upper hand on this map. He's showing some real grit here, shutting that door instantly to tighten the gap. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. Vortex is just dominating now with a 3-round cushion. Vortex is looking dangerously sharp, consistently beating Catalyst to the punch in these recent encounters. What a scrap! Both of them traded heavy hits, but he manages to secure the kill and put himself on match point. Unbelievable, he barely survives that exchange, clutching a win with just 2 health left. Talk about a massive scramble to stay in this. What a finish! He closes the deal with absolute ease to secure the victory. He's really starting to turn the tide against his longtime rival. Just a total statement performance on the dunes today. Phantom enters this match with an impressive 63% all-time win rate. It is a heavy burden for Vortex to carry when you consider the deep history of these two facing each other. He will need to find some answers quickly to avoid a repeat of their last meeting. He's absolutely on fire, putting up a 3-0 start with an incredibly fast triple. He's simply untouchable right now, securing a perfect fourth round. A huge confidence boost for the #1 seed. He's simply not letting up. That's 5 straight for the leader. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure of that top-ranked opponent. He is just completely in control, making a quick 6-0 lead look easy. The world #1 is putting on a show. Finally, a response from the challenger to break that momentum. It's a battle between the top 2 players on the ladder right now. Vortex has been incredibly active today, putting up a 23-12 record in the last 24 hours. So yeah, he's clearly bringing a lot of heat into this series. We're seeing that raw confidence translate into these quick back-to-back rounds. Phantom is just relentlessly pulling away at 7-2. The top seed is making a very strong case for that favorite status. Vortex narrows the gap, but Phantom still leads 7-3. He's proving why he's sitting right there at #2. Phantom is really pulling away here, putting himself in a great position to close this out quickly. He really likes having a lead in these matchups. Phantom goes into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. I mean, the pre-match talk put Vortex in the driver's seat, but the reality is just the opposite right now. The #1 seed is cruising. Let's see if Vortex can rally. Vortex claws back another, leaving Phantom up 9-4. That was a lightning fast exchange to get back in this. Phantom regains the lead, pushing it to 10-4. Just a reminder that these two have an incredible history together. Vortex just can't find a way to hold this momentum. Phantom is putting himself in a huge position here. The #1 seed is just showing a different level of composure. A swift and clean finish that puts the leader on the verge of victory. He's just not giving an inch of ground. Absolutely superb finish to close it out, sealing the series in total style.
He just looked way more comfortable on this map today. A really smooth performance to keep that top spot safe.
Phantom is currently sitting on a 3-match win streak. It makes sense, given he's coming off a victory against Catalyst just a few minutes ago. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain that level of focus through the rest of this set. Phantom holds a slender lead with 2 rounds up. The 4th seed looks ready to challenge the top spot today. Phantom secures another one, using the height advantage from the wine to keep the pressure on. He's really leaning into that top seed status today. Phantom's just cruising now, leading by 3. He's really putting on a performance, mirroring that dominant a few games back. Catalyst answers back with a huge display of poise, shutting the door on a potential blowout. Phantom is putting up an impressive 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. He's translating that peak form into pure control here. It really looks like he's found a way to completely shut down Catalyst's options. He's showing some real grit, carving his way back into this match. The underdog is refusing to back down early on. That is a stunningly fast exchange, and the second straight round goes to him. Phantom still manages a 2-round cushion heading into 10. He's really showing a gap in class here. Phantom's really stretching this lead out to 7-4 now. That's a solid showing from the top-seeded player today. It is 8-4 in favor of Phantom heading into the break. I mean, the favorite is really struggling to find any footing. Catalyst needs to make a serious adjustment if he wants to stop this momentum. Time to see if Catalyst rebounds. Phantom is just relentlessly snowballing now at 9-4. Expectations are being met for the league's current number 1. Phantom is practically untouchable with a 10-4 lead. Looking at that overall head-to-head, it's almost a toss-up. Another effortless exchange for him, putting Catalyst back on the defensive. He's completely owned the matchup since they last faced off on fast aim. Catalyst gets the best of him in a swift encounter. Regardless of the rank gap, the fighting spirit is still there. He just needs one more to wrap this up after that quick shutdown. Smashed through that last engagement with total confidence. What a way to close it out. Phantom secures the victory with that final kill. He just looks completely locked in today. Catalyst tried a few tricks, but he simply couldn't find an answer for that pace. Catalyst has clearly dominated this rivalry over time, holding a significant lead in their head-to-head history. But that doesn't account for the fact that Vortex actually took their most recent encounter. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can reclaim that mental edge early on. Catalyst is putting on a clinic, leading 2-1. He has plenty of confidence, knowing he's second on the ladder. Catalyst is really pushing the pace here, and he just shut down Vortex's attempt to hold that ramp. Catalyst is just too fast right now, completely shutting down Vortex with that ramp play. He's definitely justifying that favorite status today. He's completely taken over the server, extending his lead to 5 rounds. Vortex is feeling the pressure despite his higher rank on the ladder. Vortex gets the better of him here with an incredibly fast reaction. Vortex has been quite consistent today with a 22-13 record over the last day. So yeah, he's definitely playing at a level that matches his top seed placement. It will be a real test to see if he can use that momentum to claw back into this game. The momentum has swung back completely, and now Catalyst is the one on a roll. His higher rank isn't helping him find any answers right now. Vortex finds another clean shot as we head toward the break. A huge stand there to keep things interesting. Catalyst goes into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly how the match was expected to start. He's making his overall head-to-head superiority felt right now. Time to see a comeback. Vortex claws back around, narrowing it to 8-5. That's a strong showing coming from the league's number 2 seed. Vortex secures the kill from the ramp, showing some real grit as he keeps this charge going. That's a sudden shift in energy for the trailing player. Catalyst still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion. He is definitely playing better than his recent form suggests. Vortex just blew him right off that ramp, refusing to let this deficit get any wider. He is showing the poise expected of a top-tier competitor. Catalyst keeps a tight grip on a 10-7 lead. He has definitely found a better rhythm than his recent form suggested. Catalyst is putting the squeeze on him now, really narrowing the window for a potential comeback. He's putting that head-to-head dominance on full display. A total shutdown, and Catalyst now stands on the verge of victory. Absolutely no room for error left for the number 2 seed. Vortex manages to clear him off the container to keep this fight going. That was a tight scramble to secure the kill. He's fighting for every single point now. And there it is. Catalyst finishes him off to close out the series. He really knows how to shut the door when it matters most, shaking off that earlier slump to take the series. Phantom has an incredible 68% win rate on this specific map. It's a strong statistical advantage for the #1 seed, though he's clearly starting this set on the back foot. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can actually push this to a close game. Phantom is starting to pull away here, capitalizing on a great angle from the ramp. The world #1 is really starting to flex those muscles. Deadlock now, with Phantom and Vortex tied at 2 apiece. A very competitive start between the two highest rated guys in the league. Phantom takes a slim lead, edging ahead 3-2. Their head-to-head history heavily favors the world #1. Vortex is just too quick with his reaction, securing that kill from the wine box. He's really stepping up to the plate against the best in the world. Vortex is really putting the pressure on now, having quickly shut down Phantom's attempt to take a high position. We're completely level at 4-all, a total deadlock. A total toss-up now, despite the disparity in their recent form. Phantom edges ahead, now holding a narrow 5-4 lead. He's coming into the series with a lot of confidence after those recent wins. Vortex just shuts that down, quickly punishing Phantom for taking that high spot on the toolbox. Vortex is proving he can hang with the top seed today. Vortex grabs the momentum, moving ahead 6-5. The top 2 seeds are really battling for every inch here. We're all square at 6 apiece going into the break, right? Vortex was expected to take control of this set, but he's really struggling to find the lead against the top seed. This looks like it could go the distance. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex edges ahead by 1, leading 7-6. Vortex is showing a massive amount of heart tonight. Phantom just needed 1 clean shot from the ramp to bring this back to a dead heat. The top seed is looking a lot more composed now. Phantom just shut him down from the ramp. The tide is really starting to turn in this set. He's definitely looking to repeat that dominant result from earlier today. Total parity as we hit 8 apiece. The #2 spot is refusing to back down today. Vortex is stacking up the rounds now, just out-dueling Phantom from the wine box. The second seed is really making a statement here. Phantom just shuts him down right off that wine box to level things up again. This battle is mirroring the intensity of that 16-14 thriller he had earlier. Phantom is really putting a grip on this set now, quickly putting an end to Vortex's ramp attempt. The top seed is really showing why he holds the #1 spot. He just outlasted his opponent from the ramp, extending the streak to 3 straight. He's played a lot of games today, yet he looks completely fresh. He's simply on another level right now, extending that lead to 12-9. Exactly the kind of result soon as the draft concluded. Unbelievable. He seals the series with a massive final blow from the toolbox. He's just continuing this unbelievable run of form. Vortex put up a hell of a fight, but he's simply not a match for that level of precision today. Phantom is playing some incredible CS right now, coming in with a 5-game winning streak. It's clear he's riding a wave of confidence after just dismantling Catalyst in their previous meeting earlier today. He looks poised to make it 2 in a row. Catalyst claws back to even the score at 1 apiece. The top seed is feeling the pressure early on. Wow, a complete scrap. He manages to pick his opponent off the Tetris, but he almost paid the ultimate price for that one. He's looking dominant against a tough top 4 opponent. Another dead heat for Phantom and Catalyst at 2-all. Despite the top seed's lead, Catalyst is playing his way back into the series. A real battle of nerves there, as they both fought for control of the ramp. It's a tall order to outplay the current number 1. Catalyst earns that one from the ramp, keeping this series deadlocked. That's a high-level display from the world number 4. Unbelievable. He survives by a sliver of health to take the lead at 4-3. The number 4 seed is really pushing back here. He just cannot be stopped right now, picking up another straight round to extend his hold on the series. The underdog is making a serious statement here. He's completely shut down the opposition, securing another effortless kill to extend his control. Phantom shows great poise here, securing a clean get from the Tetris to cut the lead to 2. The favorite is finally starting to find some ground. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that engagement to keep his momentum surging. The gap in the ratings isn't showing up on the board right now. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, it's surprising to see this so close given how much the odds favor the other side today. Both of them are trading blows perfectly as we head into the second half. Time to switch sides. Fierce battle from the ramp, but he manages to edge out the win to take a 1-round lead. Everything about this match is favoring the higher seed. The resilience is starting to show as he secures another quick victory to extend his lead. Catalyst manages to shut that down quickly, picking Phantom right off the ramp to tie it up. A really gritty performance from the 4th seed so far. What an absolute brawl! He manages to carve out a victory from that ramp, surviving with almost nothing left in the tank. His composure in these high-pressure fights is really the difference. He secures a huge vantage point on the ramp to keep this momentum swinging his way. He's really starting to flex that rank advantage. What a wild fight, he barely hangs on with just 21 health to keep this charge going. The pressure is mounting as he closes in on a double-digit lead. Catalyst puts a stop to the run, taking the round with a steady hand. Despite the current score, Catalyst is historically the one to beat here. What a recovery, he's back in the driver's seat and just 1 step away from victory. A much cleaner get this time, ending the fight almost instantly. What a way to close it. He stormed back from that early deficit to claim the victory. He's just completely on fire right now, putting together an incredible run of form. This is the 2nd time he's taken the map today. Catalyst owns the historical edge in this pairing, having won about 60% of their lifetime matches. It's a tough place to be coming from, especially since he's already carrying a loss from their most recent encounter. We'll see if Vortex can keep that pressure on. Unbelievable! Vortex survives by a hair, finally knocking him off that boost. The lower rated player is really making a statement early on. Total control from him right now, as that lead grows to 3 straight. This is a complete turnaround from how their last game went. He simply picks him off the boost for another easy round. He's usually the one dominating their lifetime encounters. A complete shutout so far as he keeps this flawless run going. A huge shift in momentum compared to their last match. Finally, Catalyst manages to put 1 on the board. Just as he's shown in those previous wins over his opponent. Catalyst is really finding his feet now, taking out the elevated player to keep this run alive. He's certainly fighting through a rough stretch in his recent games. Vortex has put up a strong effort today, mirroring his 21-14 record over the last day. It's an impressive shift because he usually has the lower win rate in this rivalry. He's firmly in the driver's seat right now. Vortex is just cruising with a comfortable 6-3 lead. It's a classic battle of the top 5 on the ladder. A gritty finish for Catalyst, who stays composed to keep this comeback alive. The slight favorite is starting to look like the stronger player here. A wild exchange finishes with him cleaning up from below, continuing this hot streak. He has completely wiped out that early advantage. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, he's defying the odds right now. He started out fast and is firmly in a position to pull off a huge win over the... Let's see if Catalyst can pivot. Vortex is looking really comfortable from the Tetris, holding a firm grip on this lead. The number 2 seed is really putting on a show. A quick exchange there, and he's proven he can keep this fight going. He looks much more determined after that break. Vortex is just outclassing him, extending it to 9-6. It's a surprising shift for someone who suffered 3 losses recently. What a scrap! He barely hangs on, digging deep from the ramp to keep this rally moving. He's starting to recall some of that early season poise. And he strikes again from the boost, continuing to claw his way back into this fight. Just a fraction of a second separated those 2 plays. Absolute focus from the ramp as he secures the tie and wipes out the lead. A complete shift in power as we head into the final stretch. Just a clean execution to cap off another strong round, putting the pressure firmly back on Vortex. He looks completely unfazed by the pressure of the match right now. Vortex responds immediately, leveling the tally at 10-all. A real battle of the titans with the top 4 on the ladder. Vortex just shuts things down again, easily erasing him from the ramp. It's a complete reversal of their previous encounter. He keeps the pressure high, ending a long standoff with a pristine finish to level the game. Both players are fighting for every inch of ground right now. He puts a stop to that momentum and earns himself a shot at the victory. The pressure is mounting as he looks to seal this set. Incredible, he barely survives the shootout to bring home the victory. He really played with fire there, pulling through some incredibly tight moments to close the door. That was an absolute grind, what a fight! Phantom enters this series with a heavy historical advantage, winning 61% of their previous encounters. It's a massive head-to-head lead that seems to be getting even more lopsided given his current form. I wonder if Vortex can find a way to reverse that trend today? Vortex is really smelling blood now, leading 2-1. Vortex is really playing like the top 2 seed in the server. He's completely taking over the map, putting a huge gap between himself and his opponent. The higher rated player is looking very vulnerable right now. He just casually picks him off the wine, moving the lead to 4-1. It's an unusual start for the number 1 seed. He's not going down without a fight, showing some real grit to claw back around. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. Vortex has a 21-14 record over the last day, meaning he's coming in with a huge amount of confidence. Well, that's clearly translating into this series, as he continues to push the pace. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure. Phantom manages to pull him off the Tetris, keeping this fight alive. That was a quick exchange, and he's showing he can keep up. Vortex holds a comfortable 6-3 cushion right now. He's really proving he belongs in the top 2 seed spot. Absolutely effortless, he's really digging in and refusing to let the gap widen further. He just shuts him down from the wine, continuing this strong push back into the match. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favored player. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 going into the switch. I mean, Phantom was the favorite on paper, but he's had to fight hard to keep this even. Both players have traded strong runs throughout this half. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex edges ahead by 1, taking a 7-6 lead. He's keeping the pressure high despite that number 2 seed ranking. Vortex is pulling away now, commanding an 8-6 lead. He's looking quite comfortable despite the rating difference. He stays composed and finds a perfect shot, continuing this strong push to close the gap. A quick reaction there to put the pressure back on. Vortex is really extending his grip at 9-7. His current 40% run over the last 10 really tells a story. Vortex is firmly in control, sitting on a 3-round lead. Phantom has traditionally been the wall that's simply too high to climb. He's refusing to back down and earns another critical round here. He's certainly not going to let the match slip away quietly. He's keeping this rally alive with another lightning fast strike. That's a fierce response to get right back in this. Vortex just shut down that little spark from Phantom, putting himself right back in the driver's seat. He is really putting those ranking numbers to the test. Vortex manages to clear the Tetris, bringing himself to the absolute brink of victory. The pressure is starting to mount for the higher seed. He manages to edge out the fight, showing incredible resolve to keep himself in the game. A crucial stand by the number 1 seed. He's refusing to go away, pulling a huge piece of the map back from the brink. The gap is officially closed to just a single round. Unbelievable, Vortex closes the door right now to secure the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered, shaking off that long-term losing streak against the top seed. Phantom gave everything, but he just couldn't stop that final push. What a bet. Phantom is sitting on a strong 13-5 record over the last day. It's clear that momentum is carrying over since he already took a game off Catalyst recently. He's looking very sharp right now. Catalyst is struggling as Phantom moves up 2-0. He's clearly asserting that #1 spot on the ladder. He's just too fast, taking full control of the early game with another straight round. He's showing exactly why he holds the #1 spot. Catalyst answers back with a perfect series of shots to get on the board. A much needed breath of air for the underdog. He's refusing to back down, delivering another rapid kill to stay right in this fight. The pressure is shifting quickly toward the favorite. What a turnaround! He completely wipes the slate clean and evens things up at 3-3. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this series. Phantom shuts down the rally, reclaiming a narrow lead. He's certainly fighting to maintain that head-to-head lead. He's keeping the pressure on, scraping through a tough trade to bring the score level. Everything is back to a dead heat as we approach the break. Phantom edges ahead again, leading 5-4. He's really asserting himself as the top seed in this lobby. Phantom currently leads the all-time head-to-head count by 610 wins. It's clear why he's feeling so comfortable in this lead. He's simply used to coming out on top in this particular rivalry. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to shut down the ramp and extend his lead. He's proven exactly why he holds the #1 spot today. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the odds had Catalyst as the heavy favorite, but he's looking completely lost right now. We might be seeing a serious upset unfold. Catalyst needs a massive spark here. Unreal, he practically walks through a wall of fire to sneak away with that one. That was another incredibly narrow escape. Phantom pulls even further ahead, now sitting at 9-5. We're seeing a real scrap between the top 4 seeds here. Catalyst claws back 1, trailing by 3 now. He's refusing to let the lead slip away completely. Good heavens, both players were practically dead on their feet, but Phantom manages to claw out a win. Phantom's now deep into the double digits at 10-7. That 4th ranked slot is looking formidable right now. He's really putting the squeeze on now. He's just 2 rounds away from closing the door on this thing. He is proving to be the dominant force in this particular head-to-head. He shuts down that small run and puts himself just 1 step away from victory. The expected result is looking more and more likely. Catalyst secures an effortless response, staying out of reach with a rapid headshot. A quick exchange to keep his hopes alive. He forces a closer battle here and manages to edge out a 2nd straight win. Just a glimpse of a possible comeback for the trailing player. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, but he comes through to secure the victory. He really knows how to keep his cool when the blood is pumping, especially since those low health scrambles went his way today. Catalyst traditionally dominates this rivalry with 737 total wins. It's interesting because that massive historical lead hasn't seemed to translate into confidence for him today. We'll see if he can turn it around before Vortex pulls ahead. Wow, he barely survives that one, clutching the victory from the ramp to go up 3 straight. A sharp response from Catalyst, picking him right off the ramp to get back in this. He looks far more comfortable now than he did in their last meeting. Vortex just barely keeps his hold on this lead, shutting Catalyst down while he was holding the ramp. The number 2 seed is really asserting himself in this series. Goodness, that was an absolute slugfest, but he manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. A narrow lead for the higher seeded player at this stage. Vortex continues to keep the pressure on, picking him off the ramp to extend that lead. It's a tough run for the 4th ranked player right now. Vortex has been on a tear today with 21 wins in his last 24 hours. I mean, he's riding a wave of confidence that's completely offsetting the historical advantage Catalyst usually holds. It'll be tough for him to claw back into this if the pressure keeps mounting. Catalyst reacts quickly to pick him off the ramp. He really needs to shake off those 3 straight losses from earlier. Vortex is just cruising right now, leading 8-3. He's really playing like the top seed today. Vortex takes a strong 9-3 lead into the break. He's completely defying the pre-match script here. Catalyst is struggling to keep up, and we might be looking at a serious upset if he doesn't find an answer quickly. Let's see if Catalyst can reset. Vortex holds that high ground on the container and takes the round with ease. He's really putting a damper on Catalyst's recent form. Catalyst makes a quick read here, taking him down from the container to keep things interesting. A much needed response from a player who's otherwise gone cold recently. Vortex is practically teleporting across the server, ending this latest exchange in under 2 seconds. Catalyst manages to drag him off that container, preventing Vortex from closing the gap even further. He is really fighting against the tide after those 3 straight losses. Catalyst is putting up a fight here, grabbing 2 on the bounce to chip away at that deficit. He's definitely looking for a way to snap that recent string of losses. Another effortless win for Vortex, and he's now just a single round away from the victory. His mental game is just in another league today. A quick reflex win for Catalyst to keep this fight alive. He's definitely playing with more desperation now. A strong response here, and he's now stacked 2 wins back to back. He's finally showing the form that got him to that 4th seed. A complete shutdown as he keeps this momentum rolling with another clean win. Pure efficiency from the trailing player right now. He's on fire now, claiming another win from the container to keep the rally alive. The momentum shift is undeniable right now. What a finish! Vortex digs deep to secure the final round and seals the victory. That late rally from his opponent was just scary, but the number 2 seed managed to hold on. He had to earn every single one of those rounds today. What a fight! That was an incredibly fast reaction to start us off. Phantom just simply outdueled him on the ramp. Phantom is really putting the pressure on early, denying Vortex any space to breathe. Phantom looks focused after that rough outing on Italy P. Vortex manages to hold his ground and clears Phantom right off those Tetris blocks. Vortex has looked really confident in his last few outings today. Goodness, they both poured it on, but he managed to scrap through the chaos for another point. He's certainly asserting that #1 spot on the ladder early. Phantom holds a massive historical advantage with over 2,400 total wins against this opponent. It's a surprising shift in momentum given that Vortex actually took their last beating on Italy. If he keeps this pace, this could be a very fast series. Wow, Vortex barely manages to cling to life after that chaotic exchange, finally knocking the leader off the ramp. It's an intriguing battle at the top of our rating. He's refusing to back down, securing another quick finish to keep the rally going. The favorite is starting to look a bit shaken right now. He just completely dismantled that position on the ramp to keep his roll going. The odds for this one are shifting fast. Absolutely effortless. He has completely erased that early deficit to even things up. We are seeing a complete reversal of the expected outcome here. What a nail biter. He manages to hold the ramp and scramble away with just a sliver of health. A crucial stop for the top seed here. We're sitting at 6, all heading into the break. Phantom is fighting hard to prove he belongs at the top of the rankings. Both players have traded heavy runs, but neither has found a real advantage yet. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom secures that advantage with a really clean finish from the ramp. His recent form is looking much sharper than the start of the day. Vortex simply outclassed him there, bringing this battle right back to a dead heat. Vortex is really making a name for himself today. He's showing incredible resilience here, extending his lead to 8. The underdogs are really stepping up their game in this series. Phantom just puts a stop to that run by picking him right off the ramp. A high-stakes showdown between the top 2 on the ladder. Phantom is starting to separate himself, really utilizing that high ground to pull ahead. He really seems to have a comfort level here on this map. He just keeps moving forward, securing another effortless victory from that ramp. Vortex remains tough and takes control from the ramp to stay in the hunt. He keeps finding a way to stay within striking distance. Phantom takes a decisive step forward, dealing with Vortex from the ramp to push his lead to 2. A very dominant run of form from the top seed today. Vortex strikes from the containers to keep his climb alive, closing the gap to 1. He's proving that he can hang with the elite tier tonight. What a read! Phantom holds that elevation on the ramp to secure a massive lead. A really solid recovery for the favorite to reclaim a 2-round cushion. Vortex refuses to go quietly, outplaying his opponent right off the Tetris blocks to keep the dream alive. He's showing some serious grit in this final stretch. Unbelievable, he shuts the door on this series and secures the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but he manages to keep his grip on that top seed. Just a legendary battle between these two. What a match! Phantom has been on a tear today with a 15-5 record. It's a complete contrast to Catalyst, who has really been struggling to put together a string of wins lately. I wonder if the gap in form is going to be this wide throughout the match. Phantom's holding the edge with a 2-1 lead. The number 4 rated player in the league just answered back. Phantom is taking full advantage of that high ground to keep things firmly in his control. Phantom keeps pushing the lead, sitting tight at 3-2. A tough spot to be in after those last few losses. Phantom is just relentless, extending his lead to 4-2. The top seed is really making his presence felt here. Phantom is just too fast today. He completely dismantled Catalyst right off the box. A sharp response here, proving he's not going down without a fight. Definitely showing some grit from the underdog here. Phantom's lifetime head-to-head lead of 611 wins over Catalyst really emphasizes the long-term gap between these two. I mean, it's clear he knows exactly how to handle this specific opponent. Now the question is if Catalyst can find some answers to break that trend. He just picks him right off that box to keep the streak alive. The top seed is purely untouchable in this match. Phantom takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, he is completely defying the pre-match expectations. He's looking far more comfortable on dunes than Catalyst is right now. Time to see if Catalyst rebounds. Phantom is just cruising along now, leading 10-3. Everything is clicking for the top seed on the ladder right now. Catalyst just can't stop the bleeding, now trailing 10-4. He's typically the heavier favorite in this particular rivalry. Catalyst is really picking up some speed now. He's putting on a surprising display of quick reactions to narrow this gap. Phantom is just refusing to let this match get closer, keeping his foot firmly on the gas. The pace of these engagements is just lightning fast right now. That was an effortless shot to bring him right to the edge of victory. A crisp reaction there by Catalyst to keep himself in the game. He's staying sharp and just shut things down instantly to push back against the pressure. It's a tough climb to make from this far down. He's completely seized the momentum now, picking up his third straight win to keep the hope alive. Incredible. He denies the match point with another fast flick to the head. The shift in energy here is palpable. What a finish! Phantom shuts the door on the comeback to claim the victory. Catalyst really pushed him to the limit there with that second half surge. He almost flipped the script. What a fight! Catalyst holds a significant edge historically, having won 60% of their previous encounters. So yeah, he's the clear favorite here and he's looking to establish that early dominance. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can shake off his last loss and find a way to answer back. Catalyst is cruising with a 2-1 lead right now. The second ranked player in the world is definitely feeling the pressure. Catalyst is really putting on a show, capitalizing on that height advantage to extend his lead. Catalyst is just relentless, moving into a 3-2 lead. Neither one is letting the other take full control. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Vortex scrapes through with a handful of health to level the set. He is currently nursing a tough stretch in his last 10. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on with a shred of life to keep this streak alive. He really is struggling to shake off that recent dipping form. He's just unstoppable right now, picking up another fast win to keep the pressure high. He is simply on a tear right now, netting 5 straight to take full control of the map. The streak is now 6 for the challenger, putting a heavy grip on the match. The rank 4 seed is really struggling to find an answer. A fast exchange there as the challenger secures a quick victory just before the break. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, we're seeing a complete reversal of the expected dynamic here. That 6-round run of wins has put the underdog in a great spot to steal this series. Time to reset and regroup. Vortex is sitting on a 20-15 record over the last day and is clearly carrying that confidence into this set. It's interesting because usually we see the favorite hold the upper hand, but the momentum has completely shifted. He's looking incredibly sharp as he pushes toward double digits. Vortex is just running away with this, leading 9-6. His high placement on the ladder is really paying off. A tough fight on both ends, but he manages to claw back another one to keep the pressure mounting. He really needs to find a way to string these together. Vortex is just dominating, pushing his lead to 10-7. We're seeing that top 2 skill level really make a difference. Vortex is really turning the tide here, putting himself in a great position to close this out. The gap in their current form is becoming far too obvious. He is absolutely on fire right now, securing another effortless win to put himself on match point. Catalyst finds a huge answer here to keep his hopes alive. A vital stand to prevent a quick blowout. Boom! He closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the victory. He's really shaking off that historical dominance, taking this one and the last set in a row against his rival. Phantom draws first blood, catching Vortex right off the toolbox to start things off. Phantom is simply too quick on the trigger today, using that high ground to hold a strong lead. He's certainly justifying that top spot on the ladder. Vortex didn't let the high ground intimidate him, pushing right through that defense to tie things up. He's fighting an uphill battle against the league's best. Phantom's a total wall right now, easily reading the windows from the ramp to build his lead. Phantom is quickly building a significant cushion here, and he looks incredibly comfortable. The top seed is asserting a lot of control here. Vortex is refusing to crumble, showing some real grit with that flawless exchange. Still looking like the heavy favorite despite that slip. Phantom's got a great read on those angles, using the window to pull further ahead. It's clear why he holds the top spot on the ladder. Phantom is maintaining an incredible win rate of 90% over his last 10 maps. That kind of momentum makes this cushion feel almost insurmountable. It will take a massive shift in confidence for Vortex to claw back into this. Vortex has an answer for that height advantage, dragging the top seed right off the box. It's a battle of the titans between the top two seeds here. Phantom is cruising along with a commanding 7-3 lead. He's certainly leaning on that historical lead in their head-to-head series. Phantom pushes it to 8-3, putting Vortex in a hole. Vortex is really struggling to find an answer for those shots. Phantom takes a strong lead at 8-4. Well, the pre-match hype focused on Vortex, but he's the one playing catch-up right now with his 68% win rate on this map. Phantom looks ready to shut this out. Time for a total reset. Vortex has narrowed it to 8-5, finally gaining traction. He is definitely punching up against the world number 1. Phantom is showing incredible consistency, coming in with a 16-5 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this map. Vortex will need to find a way to shut down that flow if he wants to stay in this. A completely effortless exchange, and the momentum swings back firmly in his favor. He's really asserting a huge gap between the top two players. Vortex manages to pick him off from the ramp, keeping things interesting. Vortex is definitely showing why he's rated second in the league. Vortex is putting up a serious fight, refusing to let this lead slip away without a struggle. Both players are in top form today, and the tension is palpable. Unreal! He survives by a thread to secure another victory, keeping that momentum rolling. Total chaos on that last exchange, but he barely scraped through. He shuts the door on this exchange from the window, moving his lead to 12-8. That really kills the momentum Vortex was trying to build. What a miracle! Vortex clings to life with a sliver of health to shut him down. Talk about a nail-biter, barely hanging on to stay in the fight. Another high-impact exchange as the challenger continues this desperate rally. He is putting on a clinic in this final stretch. And there it is. He closes it out with one final burst from the ramp to take the match. That was way too close for comfort. He really had to fight through those late rallies to hold on to his lead. What a battle! Phantom is coming into this with an incredible 17-5 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to how Catalyst has struggled lately. It will be interesting to see if that momentum can overcome the early deficit. He's just too fast today, taking full control of the server with a 3-round burst. It's a worrying start for the #1 seed on the ladder. Unbelievable, he's just completely shut down his opponent to take a commanding lead. A tough spot for the league's top seed. Absolutely ruthless, he simply won't let up and just keeps adding to the tally. He manages to get his first round on the board, taking a clean fight. He's definitely the better rated player in this series. Unreal, he claws his way back from the brink to secure another win. He's making it look easy, barely escaping that encounter. Catalyst has actually managed to win 4 of their last 5 encounters. It's clear he's not intimidated by the top seed today, and he's effectively nullifying that rank gap with sheer aggression. He uses the height of the boost to keep his streak alive, chipping away at that lead. The early lead is shrinking as we head toward the break. Catalyst just keeps finding a way to shut him down, and he clears the ramp with ease. He's outplaying expectations given that ranking difference. It's 7-5 in favor of Catalyst. We're seeing the predicted favorite keep a solid grip on this match. He's played the map well and looks very comfortable with the lead heading into the switch. Time to see a response. Catalyst is simply too quick today, catching Phantom right off the Tetris to push his lead further. Catalyst is dominant here, leading a strong 9-5. This is a total role reversal from their previous encounter today. Phantom finally fights back to bring it to 6-9. He's really trying to break that recent losing skid. What a fight! Catalyst barely survives that exchange to secure the 10th round, finally knocking the opponent off the boost. Catalyst is just an absolute wall right now, putting on a massive show against the top seed. He's simply untouchable, right now taking full control of the match to move within a single round of victory. This is a complete collapse for the higher ranked player. He manages to hold his ground and deliver a clean finish to prolong this series. It's a gutsy effort from the higher ranked player to keep this alive. He wins the trade by a narrow margin to stay in this contest. He's fighting to prove that his seed isn't just a number. What a way to keep the pressure on. That's 3 in a row for the underdog. Absolute perfection on the final shot. Catalyst closes it out to seal the series. He really turned the tide of his day with that performance. Just an incredible way to snap that losing streak. Catalyst puts him down quickly, showing no mercy for Vortex as he tries to hold that ramp. Catalyst is really showing his class early on, keeping the pressure high from the get-go. Despite the rank advantage, the number 2 seed is stumbling. He maintains the altitude advantage from the Tetris, shutting down any hope for a comeback. Vortex is really feeling the weight of that head-to-head history. Unreal. He barely survives that chaotic trade on the ramp to maintain his perfect run. A stark contrast to their latest meeting on Italy. He's just outclassing him right now, moving to a commanding 5-0 lead. Vortex finally finds an answer and earns his first point of the game. A nice quick response to shake off that loss to Phantom. Vortex is really starting to tear through that lead, and he just managed to knock Catalyst off the Tetris. He's really putting that top 2 seeding into practice. Catalyst has been the dominant force in their historical meetings, winning about 60% of their duels. Well, that long-term edge is definitely showing here. It's clear he's much more comfortable in these engagements than Vortex is right now. Catalyst looks unstoppable with a massive 7-2 lead. It looks like the pre-match favorites were misplaced. Absolutely wild. Vortex claws back around while clinging to a sliver of health after a fierce exchange. He's really fighting the uphill battle today. Catalyst is staying aggressive, utilizing the ramp to reclaim control of the map. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, everything is going according to plan. He's played exactly like the map specialist we expected him to be today. Time for a reset. Catalyst manages to hold his ground from the Tetris to keep the momentum shifting his way. A very different story than their last meeting in Italy. Catalyst was just too fast for him, catching Vortex before he could even react from that ramp position. He's really making the most of that massive win rate edge here. He secures the win from the Tetris, putting a stop to that brief rally. That's a stark shift from the result on Italy earlier. He simply refuses to let the momentum slip, shutting the door on that comeback attempt. What a way to close it out. He seals the deal with an absolute blast to the head. He just completely took over this map, proving that the rankings don't mean anything when you're that clinical. Phantom has traditionally dominated this matchup with a 61% win rate. It's a massive historical advantage, but he's definitely feeling the pressure after that tight loss to Catalyst earlier today. We'll see if he can shake off that frustration. Phantom holds a slim lead as we move forward. The top two on the ladder are really fighting for every inch here. The speed of these exchanges is wild. It's a total toss-up right now. He's really holding his own against the top seed. Vortex is closing the gap, trailing by just 1. The world number 1 is really finding his form. Phantom is firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. The top seed is making this look easy right now. Vortex is really fighting back here, proving that he can go toe-to-toe with the world number 1. His ranking might be lower, but he's proving to be a real problem today. Phantom is currently sitting at a strong 17-6 record over the last day. It's a level of consistency that makes him incredibly hard to rattle in long series. I wonder if Vortex can find a way to disrupt that flow before the lead grows. Phantom just barely edges ahead at 5-4. The second highest rated player in the league is refusing to go away. Complete deadlock at 5 apiece for both players. He's really stepping up his level for this set. He is absolutely on fire right now, strolling into a commanding position as we approach the break. The odds shifted heavily toward the favorite for this set. We've got a dead heat at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, the betting market expected a much more one-sided result today. Vortex looked dangerous with that 3-round run, but he's barely keeping pace with the top seed.
Vortex has seized the lead, sitting at 7 now.
He's showing a lot of grit against the world number 1. Phantom answers back, and we're tied up at 7. Neither side is giving an inch in this clash of titans. Phantom is starting to put a real stranglehold on this series as the gap widens. The momentum shift is real, just like their previous clash on fast aim. That is a high impact stretch for Phantom, who is now towering over the competition. Vortex is finding it tough to keep up today. A crisp shot from Vortex to get this round. That was a lightning fast exchange to get the score closer. Absolute parity now. Phantom and Vortex are deadlocked. It's an incredibly high stakes duel between the two best players in the game. Phantom reclaimed the advantage and now sits at 10. Both these players are putting in huge hours today. It's a complete flip of the script. These two are basically mirroring each other's every move right now. The trade-offs have been incredibly fast lately. Both of these guys are just blinking and the round is over. Vortex is certainly putting in a grueling shift with 20 matches already today. They are completely locked in, trading rounds back and forth in a total stalemate. That was an incredibly fast trade to even the score. That was a brutal exchange, but he survives it to put himself on the verge of victory. A really tight scramble, but he manages to secure the advantage. Unbelievable! Vortex shuts it down with a lightning-fast shot to close out the series. He's finally cracked the code against the best in the league, barely edging out a legendary opponent. Absolute warrior effort from both of them. What a fight! Phantom is the top player in our rating, and normally he'd be expected to control the pace here. It's a different story right now, since Catalyst has taken the last 4 encounters between them. We'll see if the favorite can flip the script. Catalyst is just dominating, holding a clean 2-0 lead. He's feeling the pressure after a rough set of matches lately. Catalyst stays out in front, leading 2-1. He's certainly showing his experience from those 1100 total bouts. Catalyst really capitalized on that ramp position to keep the momentum swinging his way. He's really playing inspired after that narrow win over Phantom earlier. Catalyst is absolutely cruising, with a commanding 4-1 lead. Coming off that high 17-7 run today, he's still finding a way to stay on top. A calculated patience pays off for Phantom, who closes the gap to a 2-round difference. The higher seed is finally starting to find a way back into this. Catalyst is really making his presence felt from that ramp, firmly holding the upper hand here. We're seeing a repeat of their last head-to-head meeting. A tight battle on the ramp, but he manages to secure another round and keeps the comeback alive. That was a lightning-fast exchange to put points on the board. Phantom clears him right off the container and is showing a lot of grit here. The gap in our rating is starting to manifest as he closes in. Unbelievable, he's completely leveled the playing field with a third straight win. Everything is back on the table as we head toward the half. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to scrap through with a fourth straight win. He's practically staring down the halftime break with all the momentum. We've got a 7-5 lead for Phantom. I mean, the underdog is definitely defying the odds right now. That huge 5-round run puts him in a great spot to pull off a shock result here. Time to see how they adjust. Catalyst catches him right as he was moving up the ramp, preventing a massive run by the higher seed. A sharp response from Catalyst to keep the score close. He's refusing to back down, quickly extending his advantage to an 8-6 lead. Phantom claws back to a narrow 1-round lead. That really keeps the pressure on the number 1 seed. Catalyst is really making the most of that ramp position to keep himself in control here. A quick trade like that puts this one on a complete knife edge. What a way to respond. He's completely unscathed and continues to push his lead forward. That was a remarkably clean exchange to get back on top. Catalyst is really refusing to let Phantom take any control of the momentum here. It's almost an even split in the all-time win rate between these two. Catalyst is putting on a clinic from that ramp, quickly reclaiming a 1-round cushion. A tough stretch for the number 1 seed to navigate. He's found another gear here, shutting everything down to secure his third straight point. It is starting to look like an upset in the making. A desperate fight that nearly went the other way, but he claws his way to a 4-round surge. A tough way for the favorite player to close out his side. What a fight! He barely survives that exchange to push the gap back to 2. That was an incredibly tight fight to secure the round. What a finish! He secures the final victory from the ramp to take the match. Phantom really fought back, but he just couldn't close the door on a guy who's played him so well lately. He had to work for that.